Yes, it is live. It is certainly live. I'm just looking at some stuff. What's up, Moose? Coco, I forget what I call you. It's been so long since I actually done this. Anyhow, I gotta get started. Hopefully we have audio and we can hear me. Yes, Mr. Chris, good evening over there. And I don't know, what time is it, Coco? Where you at? Brother, it's gotta be like, what, 3 a.m. for you or something? Yeah, we'll go over the cameras in a minute. Let me start getting some parts. Oh. Man, YouTube Studio is just a really inefficient. I'm just going to actually go to my how do I want to say it? Go to the live chat or the actual video to see what it looks like. That's what makes sense. 3 a.m. Damn, that is early. Or late, however you want to look at it. Oh, is Twitch not working? Why do Twitch no work? Oh, I guess it is. Okay, great. I'm going to throw a link in the chat. Oh. Wait, wrong computer. There we go. Wrong computer. All right, so I pinned something at the top. If you use Twitch, go check that out. What happened to the tabs? Are you done? No, I'm not done with those. I'm waiting on the person, actually. Not now, but what do we need? That's what we need for essentials. I'm actually waiting on the person to come in. Working. People, life, work. It gets tough sometimes to keep up with it all. Let me see. Can I find? Oh, they be like that. All right, I had to find a part. I'm reaching my arm into my old tower. Who knows what the hell is gonna bite me? There they are. All right, my spatially placed screws I have found. Let's pop on over to here. And this is a PC build for my friend Brian. So go ahead and pop that up. What's going on? Other than that, other than being 3 a.m. and whatever time it is for Mr. Chris. Make it quick mount fan. I use this fan a lot. Just whenever I do actual bench tests. So we're just going to mount these brackets to it. They're better than the metal ones. I like them way better than the metal ones. So go ahead and attach this to here. All right, let me pop back over. All right, I can monitor both chat rooms now. I hate doing the dual streaming thing, but I hope to be upgrading dual streaming in 720 is what I meant to say. But I hope to be upgrading my recording/streaming PC in the near future. And when I do, we'll be able to dual stream from it without paying for the service of Restream. No, this does not fit this. This is for a different tower cooler. It's for a Cooler Master something or other, Hyper 212. So I don't think this might fit. Maybe we can finagle it on there. If we can't, we'll get the metal brackets out that actually go to it. You know what? It's not perfect and it's a little bent, but that fan will hold on there for any testing that I personally want to do, I think. Let's move it up some, though. I just hate those little stupid metal brackets, man. They're annoying. All right, bench test fan ready and acceptable. Let's start getting this hardware out. Actually, what can we do here? Should we swap over to a different camera, perhaps? Boom. Or boom. That's a way bigger view. Way bigger view. And we'll knock the Sony out of the way temporarily. Yes, the PC won the terrible coin flip. Can you even imagine? When you take advice from a friend and you end up with bad luck. Hey Spencer, how's it going, man? Are you working right now, or are you at home? Benchmarking? No, I'm doing a build. There's a link at the top of the chat, Spencer. I know you are familiar with Twitch, so go check that out. And no, this isn't me. This is my friend Brian. It's his computer. So for once I get to build something and not have a bunch of boxes taking up room everywhere. I get to send these back with somebody. More close up. Give me a sec, man. Give me a sec. Alright, we'll flip back over here. Kind of doesn't fit the whole board, but that's due to the height of the camera. We could. This only goes to 18 though. Let me see if this ring fits. I don't think this ring fits. No, it doesn't. What's it take? 49, and that is, yeah. Nope, sorry. I can't change lenses to get a little. I was gonna see about changing lenses to get a little bit more view and putting the ring light for the camera on it, but nah, we'll go with it how it is. Can't fit the whole board in this view, but it'll work all the same. What is that? Safety and compliance information. Holy hell. We do gotta be safe, huh? Yeah, I don't like when you can't fit the whole subject of what you're looking at in the view, Coco. I don't know. Personal preference, but will it kill anything? No. And we can go out to a wider view when we need to. There, comply with that. You're back in the box. Seems like a fancy fella. No, not 14th. This is a lowly 12700 KF, so no integrated graphics, which I advised against, but you know, people buy what they will. When they see cheaper prices and don't know what letters mean, they go for cheaper prices. All right. Red or blue? Red, blue, or light blue? Let's get a vote. Red, blue, or light blue? No, I'm not working on it. I'm building it. Red, blue, light blue. Can we get a vote? Nobody wants to vote. You know. All right. If we're not going to vote, I'll pick. We will have red. Ah, light blue. That would have been a good flavor too. I was just going on a red. Getting some of these while they're still around before they change them to something else. All right, where were we? Over here, I think. All right. No water. We got to tear this socket off too. That's the other bad news. Well, you know what? This is definitely going to be a GPU rig. We're putting that in it. And if he decides to go with non-GPU down the road, we also happen to have my buddy covered there too, with an old 1050 Ti if he wants to go with less power. All right, let's go ahead, unlock this. We really do not want to tear this off of here, but we will. The 10400F, I have a 10400F. I had to do that for glorified Netflix box. Really? All right. Glorified Netflix box. That's a pretty good Netflix box. All right, so let's get some details because you never know who's going to watch this. You know, so we'll put some slight dumbness in, not dumbness, but uneducated into it. So we have a little triangle on the board there. You can kind of see. If you've never built a PC, this is the point where you want to pay attention and line up the triangles. So also on the CPU, which is going to be even harder to see, you may see some dots and whatnot. Dots, but then you also have a triangle. So you match the triangle up to the triangle. And that's basically it. Also, when you're in here doing it, you don't dare drop it on any of these pins. That's a bad day. So you want to set it in nicely. And I don't like that they have two things in your way. You can kind of throw the one down partially out of your way or have it completely in your way. You set them in lightly so you don't bang or bump into anything. So we're going to set that in there to protect our socket right now. Normally, you would set this on and then lock that down and then that pops off, but we're not going that route. We will let that just sit there for right now. Actually, here's what we're going to do. It's probably the dumbest idea yet, but we'll go ahead and do it. I don't want to rely on me, how do I say it, not paying attention for a moment. So we're going to take, there will be a back plate. We should be able to get it off fairly easy. We may not need the tape. I was getting ready to get tape out, but this is non-standard procedure. Normally, like I said, you would flip this plate down and then lock the other side, latch it under. But we're not doing that on this one. Let's jump back in the chat. No A770 like the 4070. Super decent cache proposition. 1050 is okay, but the purpose of the machine was Netflix. Yeah, I mean, do you need a GPU in a Netflix machine or something where you're watching video? No. Does it help out? 100%. It definitely does. It's just a way better experience. Tabs load up quicker, it seems, when you have some hardware behind it. Just everything all around works a little better. Even if you have, like you said, a basic standard hold up, bud.
What's going on?
Live right now. Let me mute this. All right, my neighbor stopped over. He's hanging out. So we got our CPU in the socket. Anybody that is wondering what we're doing, if you maybe have some PC knowledge but not quite, we're using a hold down plate. And let me find an old processor. And is it even necessary? I don't know if it is or isn't. But tell me, for years, Intel has had square processors, and then they elongated them. And I think somebody figured out that they have uneven pressure over time. You can get uneven pressure using the standard hold down plate. At least this is the way I understand it. I could have this completely wrong, because your hold down plate really only holds dead center and is pressing on that, and it can kind of let it. You're getting more pressure in the center than on the ends. So what this is designed to do is hold the processor evenly, I believe. And that's what we're putting on here to help prevent any of that bowing or bending that can happen. So go ahead and throw this on. Double ender. Yeah, we're going to stick with the screwdriver. I'm not going to use that guy. Spencer, you bought an F chip. Is that the one that gave you problems when you contacted me? Why'd you say you were doomed? For that driver update thing where it left you with no display? Was that due to that, though? You get a driver update for graphics card, and it left you no display because of an F chip? No, 10400 doomed to have to buy a GPU. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, not doomed. I wouldn't call it doomed. When you're buying a processor, that's kind of a good thing. So now I do believe, let's talk about this, and it's kind of counterproductive to take these screws back out. But we'll go ahead and take them out and look at this, because this is something else to my understanding. Because this isn't the 13th gen. Sorry, 12th gen. This isn't the 12th gen plate that was popular like with everybody. I think Der Bauer made that, and this is one from who was on the box. Thermalright. So this is a more generic brand. Isn't the Thermal Grizzly or Der Bauer's plate or whoever made it. And I think the problem with that one was there was room to, when you mount it, instead of it going down nice and even, it could kind of get down crooked depending how much you tighten it. These ones are just flat the whole way across, and I believe they're milled. Everything's milled so it hits the board nice and flat. So there's like no room for error. You literally tighten them down and you're good to go. And that was the choice to go with this one over the more expensive one. My friend was looking at the more expensive one and went with this one. Playing what? I got the A750, I think. Playing BG3, 4K, FSR, quality 60 FPS on the A770 now. Come a long way. Yeah, it's a CPU plate. This ain't for me. This is for my friend Brian, I told you. So we're going to take and spin these. And as I said, this one has little to no room for margin for error. Like, it just mounts down flat. Basically, once the screws get tight, you're squashing it. It's squashing onto the board. Now, that could be a bad thing, I suppose. I don't like that it just clamps down to the board like that. I kind of think. But it also looks like the bottom has some type of plastic on it versus the metal plate. It's like there's plastic there that'll hit the board where you're not going to be cutting any traces or anything like that. Up close at an angle after install? Yeah, this one won't go sideways like the other ones. Are you talking about show this up close at an angle? Yeah, I can show real up close at an angle. Here, give me a minute. I got to turn another damn camera on if I can. I'm trying to think. Can I even turn that on right now? I can if I power down my one camera. And we're not looking at it through that camera. So Let my wire dangle there. And let's power up my other camera. We'll get the microscope out. I can go real close to show you. You want to see the difference from the plate to the plate to the CPU. All right, let's figure out where this camera's at. So that one would be there, and that froze. So let's never mind the frozen graphics. All right. So what we're doing is we're looking through a microscope now. This is my bench microscope here. I'll get it over here where we can show you a little bit. All right, microscope, camera on it. We're looking through it. Let's see if we can get this into view where it's able to be seen, kind of. Maybe, sort of. So we can get as far as, a steep angle is going to be a little tough, but we'll try and do it. And, oh, that's why it's all goofy, because it's all inverted. Okay, so do that. And we're looking, let me see what you're looking at there. Everything's backwards, so working at it. That's about the best I can get it into focus. Let me see, take my ring light off so we can possibly get this little better. So there's about the most extreme angle I can go. And bringing that into focus is going to be near impossible, but we'll try and do it regardless. One moment, I can set this down. I'm like juggling too many things. All right, microscope's halfway level now. All right, let's try and find that CPU again, wherever it went. So I got to invert this camera, and then we'll come back to it. I can't move opposite. My brain don't work that way. All right, now we're working the right way here. So extreme angle there. There's your extreme angle. No fussing about. That's your processor, and then your average pry tool. It's a little bent up, and the end has been chopped off to make it re-square. But that's your average pry tool. Don't know if I can rack that focus anymore. Yeah, no. There you go. Probably your best look at an extreme angle, as angled as I can get it. Average pry tool. Doesn't go down to a flat point, but yeah, not super thickness. Let me find, we'll find one that hasn't been all used and dinged up horribly bad. I think I have a semi-new one here. So this one's only scraped off about one sticker. And this is your average double-ended, flat on one end, pointy on the other pry tool. So a little bit of thickness difference, you know, enough where you're actually going to hit just that. But let me remount my ring light, and then we can go back on over to a normal camera. All right, let's get the microscope out of the way. So I'll catch back up with chat in a moment. I got to run power back up to the other camera quick. That's always fun. Let's grab the power for it. And then we got to re-invert this. Son of a bitch. That's what happens. All right, back in normal land. And I think, where were we? We were here. Anyhow, yeah, there you go. Extreme angle. This tie-down plate is Thermalrite. BCF black. And what it is, instead, you can even see it. You can kind of see it on here. Like, I don't have a LGA 1700 to pull out. But on older sockets, let me see. Do we have one with a tie-down plate? I believe they still held. Let's look. Yeah. So even with older socket CPUs, this is 6th gen, and it was still when it was kind of a more square than rectangle. Your processor would go in, and it still really only had 2 tie-down points, but it was more square, not as elongated. So you know. And is there a problem with them Boeing? I don't have a clue. Don't have a clue. Couldn't tell you. But, so be it. But it does actually, instead of having just the 2 central tie-down points, it goes the whole way around the edge on these CPUs. Anyhow, moving on. Let's get this thing bench tested. Get this thing bench tested and find out what's what. Oh boy. What the hell is this thing? Let's grab our manual out of here quick. We could just look it up online, but why when we got... Really? Yeah. Even Gigaboom went the way of the online manual. Even them went the way of the online manual. Yep. So that shit for a manual. Let's throw that junk back in there. I'm not going to use that. Unless I set it out and didn't notice it. I don't think I did. Nope, no manual. Alright, we got to look it up. What is this? Z790 Gaming X AX. Find out where they're going to want the RAM to go. And where did it go? It went... $790 Gaming X AX. Z790 Gaming X AX. I don't know if this still works. Do I have a spot for my screen? Which screen is it going to show though? Yeah, there we go. So we're going to go ahead and pull up the manual real quick for this Gigaboom motherboard. And see where they want us to stuff those RAM sticks. Generally, it's close to the CPU, but you never know. That's why it's always good to check. And we'll go with the English version. And that's our guy. Alright, so I can't see that. I need to zoom it in. I assume everybody else needs it too. So we're doing 2 modules, so we'll go to A2, B2. Makes perfect sense to me. A2, B2, let's find those. So, point these out. We have A1, A2, B1, B2. So we're going to use A2 and B2. So it's not the 2 closest, it is the 2 furthest away. The 2 furthest away spaced apart, I guess I should say. Not. Hello. Doblet? I guess. Doblet? I don't know how to say that. But yeah, 2-4. Clearly it. Now, the next big question. Are these meant to be peeled off, or do we leave them on there? Is there plastic peel? There is. Only on one side. Alright, so far so good. We have that. Do we dare and take and throw a drive in it while we're here? Actually, I'm guessing that the drive will go there, but let's pop back on over to the manual and just see whereabouts the optimal place to put it is. Should be the one right above the GPU. However, did I miss something here? Maximum current. Okay. Please navigate to the configuration. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. All right, so we're going to throw it in M2A. Hopefully that's the one. It's right below the GPU. M2A. Let's find this location on the board. M2A is the one right below this, or right below the CPU, above the GPU. That is shared according to the manual here. That is CPU, as you can see right there. Let's pop back in over here, and that's right there. Is it really that simple? Just that little It is. All right, we got to close up this one. There we go, dropping brand new hardware. It happens, it's a thing. So check out this mechanism that they have. I want to try and actually get in there. So we'll take a look at this drive. No dents on the fiberglass, no PCB, no chips, no dings. It will live another day. So we'll go ahead and slot this in, and just instead of one of the ones that you just turn and lock and it's friction fit, this one is actually kind of it's spring loaded, and you don't even need to turn this you have to turn it by hand to unlock it, but you can actually just set it there and press it down, and it will latch itself in because the top part here is slanted. Kind of cool. Innovation in M.2 mounting, huh? Also peel that off. Don't make that mistake and leave your plastic on if you end up building. Building one of these newer thin angled machines for yourself. That plastic will be a great insulator, not so great of a heat sink or heat at transferring the heat. It'll actually keep it in. May not kill it, but it'll definitely keep some heat in. All right, and as Spencer already noted in the chat, yes, Mr. Chris, A2B2 like a new version of 2 and 4. It didn't always used to be 2 and 4 though. Back in like I think early Core i days, and if not early Core i days, definitely the Core 2 Duo, Core 2 Quad. It was, you wanted the 2 closer to the CPU. It all depended on the manufacturer, whether you were going to do that or not. And back to what I was saying, as Spencer has already pointed out, because this is a KF CPU, we're going to need a graphics card to do any type of bench, like post for a bench test with this thing. So we're not going to take and get out that 4070. We will literally just plug in this 1050 and make it work for the purposes here. And we'll plug that in a few moments, just getting it to where it will sit and line up on my box. Let's grab the customer's power supply. My friend's power supply, and give this thing a power up test quick. Alright, so right now, I'll grab the essential cables out of here. And we can pop back over there for a moment. Let's get some of this crap out of our way. Spencer, what's that 4070 going to use? Are we going to need this mini cable for it? Alright, so let's find what cables we actually need. We're staying far away from Molex. We'll get out some CPU straight through cable. Or was that a pigtail? Alright, so that's a CPU. We're only going to need one of those. And then is this CPU or GPU? CPU, we won't need that. Possibly need SATA to power the AIO cooler. And then we have PCI Express. Let's see. It doesn't look like they have a straight through PCI Express. SATA, and get out our motherboard connector and start throwing all this crap that we're not going to use back in. We're actually going to need to check the GPU to see what this 4070 is going to use to connect. There, let's jump up to a bigger camera or a higher up camera for right now. What's this thing going to use? Do you know, Spencer? Ooh, what are we looking at? Single. Looks like a single 8-pin. Alright, good. I'll throw this back in the box for now. Get it out of the way. So we need a single 8-pin. Not just a single normal 8. So that means hopefully there's a straight through cable. That would be epic if there was. Alright, CPU, SATA for the AIO, motherboard connector. We're going to need that. We'll put away the second SATA. Buy to the Molex. We already have a CPU, and it'd be nice if there was a straight through, no pigtail. And we do have a straight through cable here. And then we have the dual. That's a very cool cable to have for Corsair power supply. With what we have there, we should be good to go to post this thing. Let's jump back over, get some of this back out. Where'd that go? Yeah, we don't need this. We use one of my cables. Send this home with him to open up brand new. Oh boy. Let me mute this. We got Big Boss calling here. Where'd the mouse go? We got sound again. Sound. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check, people. We still alive out there? That's Big Boss. She called to say, stop the build. You're doing it all wrong. She's going to come down and wrap this up, finish it up for us. All right, and we'll set this off to the side. This one do some basic plug and play. What do we have? CPU. We shouldn't need that. We're literally going to need CPU and power to the motherboard, and then that should be it. Because the graphics card that we're post testing don't need a power cable. All right, perfect. Let's pull the board over and see if this thing's going to post up. If it is, I hate doing BIOS setups, but unfortunately that's part of building. You just have to go in and set up your BIOS. Working 1, 2, 3. Come on, man. That sounded like a joke, Mr. Chris? If I said 1, 2, 3, where's my 4, 5, 6? HDMI. All right, so we got two 8-pin CPU plugs there. I'm going to pop onto the manual, see if there's a preferred one. I doubt there is, but as with anything, we'll check it out. I'm going to search the manual while we're on it. Let's go over and check out this manual. It's telling us about all that. Reset, battery. All right, we got to go back up. Can't do that shit. Page up. Okay, so the way I'm taking it, either is fine. And it's literally so your motherboard can get enough power. To supply to all the components. So maybe we'll run both of them. Don't know what always going to hook up to this thing, but he does have a lot of hobbies. So we'll take and do that. Now, for the sketchy part of this, we got to find a fan header. And we're going to use this thing here. This is just one of the Thermal Grizzly. It's a carbon pad, reusable. Instead of spreading out thermal paste, even though it doesn't completely cover it the right size, it'll be good for our bench test. And as long as our screws don't go down, which they shouldn't because they're here and our surface is there, Shouldn't hurt it one bit to use this for our little test. As long as the screws don't hit any components, we'll be good. Literally just going to set it on there. CPU fan and the LED. I'm just going to plug in the RGB because we're here and we can. We'll plug that in quick. Just for the fan. The RAM should have it, but not too worried. And as with any build, let's grab our BFPB, big F and power button. Reset and power should go there. All right, what are we missing? We have RAM, CPU, cooling for the CPU is just sitting there at the moment, and CPU power, motherboard power, graphics card. Let's get a display, and I actually have to plug this in. Plug in this capture card over here. All right, capture card plugged in. Let's flip on over to it and see what shows up. All right, we have the colored bars. We're good to go. We can still see the computer, although it's inverted. I'm not going to invert it back around because it's a reference. So we're going to need HDMI and then also USB keyboard and mouse. We use the ever favorite, ever popular trackpad. Let's got the keyboard with the trackpad built in, and we have a dongle for it as well. This is the same trick that you see at gas stations with the bathroom key. They always have the key hanging on a cap or something ridiculous. I named the gas station bathroom key tactic here for the guy that I used to work with. Was constantly giving out our dongles. It made him a little hard to send, our mouse keyboard dongles out with a fan attached to it. So. All right, and go back to our source and see if we get some power on this thing. Just trying to think if I forgot anything. RAM, CPU, carbon pad, heat sink, fans plugged in, motherboard power, CPU power, graphics card. We should. Power for the power supply. How about that? All right, power on and cycle back off. Nope, it's on. But we have no display. Could be graphics card related. I'm going to disable and re-enable. All right. All right, so we have no display, at least on this graphics card. I'm going to try one other one, which will require. It's a little newer than this ancient thing. I don't know if it power cycled on its own. RAM training on these things can be a pain too. That's also another thing that you have to be patient enough to let it go through. But this is well beyond when Intel should turn on. Going to take a moment and hook it up to the KVM and see if that's a factor. So I'm going to lose my one monitor for display with the chat, but I can still see it. Still see it. What the hell are we looking at? Oh, we finally have display. I just noticed that right as I was getting ready to, I was looking. All right, BIOS has been reset. Please reconfigure your BIOS setup items if needed. This is the most boring part. Most hated by me and most boring part of any computer setup is going in and setting this stuff up. If you don't smoke and drink and do whatever, you're going to want to by the end of this. This shit will absolutely make you go crazy. All right, we've got a mouse. And let's go ahead and go in and start configuring. I'm going to try and do it with the cameras. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm going to have to do it on the other screen. Nah, this one might work. We're in easy mode. Easy mode is not a thing. What is it, F7 or... Oh, no. Hell no. I don't want to optimize defaults. Get out of here with that. I need to find what button lets it go over to... It's probably right in front of me. But there should be a button that will kick it into advanced mode. What cameras do we have up? What is that? A5100. Let's make it disappear for a moment. I'm not seeing this thing in the build there. Let's undo that just so we can see our whole screen. Oh, it was right in front of me. It was on the bottom right. I'm not even looking at it. Advanced mode, F2. Okay, let's bring the camera and stuff back. F2, F2. That's what we want there. All right. Gonna have to take away the camera for this one just so we can see what's what. We'll leave the build thing up for now, though. CPU base. Not gonna mess with much here. Although, yeah, we're not. I'm not even playing in there. We will look at. So, Micron, Hynix, Samsung. Yeah, nope. Nope. Let's leave that at disabled. Extreme memory profile. We do want that. What was his memory rated at? So supposed to be DDR. Supposed to be DDR5 6000, so 32 gigs of 6000. So yeah, let's go back to that. So we'll bump it up. We'll see if 6000 works. Voice control. Instant off. Don't think we need to change that. USB, legacy support, yeah. It's good that a lot of the common settings that you would normally go in and configure are starting to become like defaults. They just didn't have it to some dummy setting. It's seeing our Western Digital 1 terabyte drive. That's good. SATA, it should see nothing. We'll leave them enabled in case he wants to add in other hard drives. Setup menu. Also, being that the system's staying on, it's not doing much. Our little heatsink that's setting on top of it there is, where was that at? Was that this one? You really can't see it. Everything's a mess. The little heatsink just sitting here with the carbon pad, it's doing what it's doing. We're not doing much in BIOS though, so we're definitely not doing any bench testing like that with it set like that. 2:15:24 looks good on the time. And pop on over to boot. System, let's go show. Fast boot. Don't need CSM, I don't believe. We may by the end of this. All right, secure boot's enabled. That's good. Not active. What the hell do you mean? Enabled, not active. Oh, standard. Back. And save and exit. All right, let's tear through a Windows 11 install, see if it happens. And yeah. What is this? Gigabyte F12 should be a boot menu. We'll start hitting that F12 key. All right, so I'm taking it that this thing is going to come up on a screen that says BIOS has been reset, being that we're still looking at the bars and it's obviously not posting. It is on currently, it's just not posting. So it just did another reset. And there we go. We can see our USB drive. Enter setup. We don't want setup. Let's boot to this. And do this install and see how it goes. Checking so that camera's inverted. Let's invert that the right way around. I'm on the big screen. You need to start calling it something more fancy, like the silver screen. The big screen does kind of seem like, I'm on TV. I need to be like movie quality though. That's what I'm really looking for. Oh boy, what are we gonna give this guy? We'll put do an 11 Pro install, and hopefully this sees our drive. That's the big hope, and it does. Also, it's not really testing the hardware, but keep in mind, we just have this literally setting on our processor. So we'll let it sit there. It's got the carbon pad for transferring the heat out. It's doing fine just for an install. We're not really doing anything. Even though we're installing Windows, it'll work fine. Tear through this install and let it boot back up, get to a desktop. And yeah, shut her down and put it in the case with the rest of the components, which is going to be fun, not so much. Let me get my mouse for a moment. Spencer, you still hanging around? Or anybody really, anybody that wants to put some input in. What have you built a computer? If you did, what did you do spec wise? Like, yeah, what's the latest one you built, Spencer? Let's hear about it. The latest PC that you built, what'd you do spec wise on that, and what was its purpose? Gaming, streaming? Because I know, especially you, I know you do a lot with computers. Like, you're not your average. You're more of a prosumer than a consumer. It's more like prosumer and teetering on. I'd say you're halfway to enthusiast. Personal opinion, but yeah. I know another guy in the chat. He should be able to type if he has his phone in hand. He built a computer recently, not for him, but all right. We got the first restart. That's good news. We'll wait till it's done before we pull the installer out. 12700 KF A770 32 gig 6 terabyte. That's your main. Dude, the A770 has come a long way, especially with the driver updates. Like, personally, I'm still running my main computer at the shop here has the A770 16 gig SE version in it. I can't complain about it. I have a 2080 Ti and a 3070 and a 2070 Super here. And I use the A770 over all of them. '14th gen, not so exciting. Yeah, you can say that again. Also, what the hell? I don't think we Intel's new naming scheme. So we're going to drop the I. It's going to be a Core and a Core Ultra. Is that what they're going with? That doesn't make it any less confusing, I would have to say. No less confusing whatsoever. All right, let me get my mouse out of the way. Go back to shop mouse. All right. Boy, we should really prank this guy. Where the hell can we set this up for? Huh? What country did we dare set this up for my friend? Or should we just be nice and do the United States because that's where he's from? Cheaped out on some bits for my lad's build. Processor was Ryzen 9 3900X paired with a self-repaired with help from I'm like, help from yourself. I'm like, how'd you help yourself? No, help from me. RTX 3080 Gaming Z Trio, and that's a weird card. That Gaming Z Trio. Like every time I was looking up, I'd always find results for the Gaming X Trio, but not the Z. All right. Brian, you're lucky today. We'll go United States. We're not going to send you to some abstract country for language. Yes. And we will skip that. All right. So not only are we not going to connect the internet, this is where you got to do the shift. What is it? Shift F10? Oh, great. Can we move this around during out of box? We can. So OOBE and then the slash above your enter key. Bypass NRO. That makes you not have to connect to internet and sign in. The machine obviously has to restart, and then we're going to take it one step further. But yeah, no, that was a nice build for your boy there, Chris. The that 3080. 3080 is a beast card all around. You know, I mean, not like my 1050 Ti from back in the day here. You know, that thing's still legendary status, but 3080 is pretty good. I really buy AMD CPUs. Intel's done well for really long, but like, yeah, AMD's passing them in performance and whatnot. But it just Intel's got to figure something out. Yeah, what I bought. Did I get 12th or 13th? I think I got it. I got the Core i5 12th gen. Oh boy, more calls, more calls. Give me a moment here, people. Big Boss is on the line again. All right. And for the next part, I was just reading chat while I was on the phone there too. 12th gen. I mean, I went from 3rd gen to 12th gen, so I seen a definite performance upgrade. So we're going to do Control Shift. What is it? Control Shift F3. And what that's going to do is load us into audit mode. So the computer's going to restart, and then it's going to come up with the administrator account. Like it'll actually boot through to Windows. With the administrator account, we can go ahead and get any software we need installed, drivers installed, whatnot, and without ever creating a user account. So that'll be pretty good. And here we are on the desktop. Drivers, I'm not going to do that on the air. That's just boring. But let's just take a wrong mouse. Too many mice in the area here. Let's take a look and see what it did get for drivers. Just curious. And I clicked the wrong thing. Excuse me. Damn, that is rough for oh, those graphics though. Yeah, sure, man. I mean, we're not going to see too much right now. And our network card is somewhere in that. Without plugging in, yeah, we'll give it some internet. Because our wireless card, this has built-in Wi-Fi. All right, we have internet, so now this applies. We'll install that, and hopefully that'll help us get drivers in that, but not too excited on that prospect. Where's that? I was thinking again. Oh yeah, we have to get a case out, so I have to move some more junk. Put that in the pile. So I got some stuff today from local electronics store, just some old stuff they were getting rid of. Fuck. I don't even know where I am now. Phone calls, gotta love them. Anyhow, as I was saying, local electronics place, getting rid of some stuff. And I got something pretty cool in the box of stuff. I just literally collect it, and if anybody comes in looking for it, I don't sell it. I just literally give it to them. But check this beast out, man. This is I'm trying to show that Super USB Wi-Fi antenna 3 up to a mile from your computer line of sight, weather and UV resistant for outdoor use. Now it shows this dude out on the rocks somewhere, and I kind of see like suction cups on it. So I don't know what rocks he was suction cupping this thing to, but yeah. Regardless, real old. Who knows what speed this thing's at? Does it show? So BGN Technologies, and works with Windows XP, Windows 7, 764-bit, Mac OS 10.4 to 10.7. So a little outdated, but you know what? I'm going to actually take it out and test it and see if I can get internet like across the road and down the alley at the next street from my house. And give it a road test and see what it's like. And then we'll try and find some rocks to hike to and test those suction cups out. All right, I have a case to get into. And I kind of want to see what's going on here. So I'm going to be between the case and this. Damn, let's see if Windows updates will... those graphics though. Let's see if Windows updates will net us any drivers. Oh, it's right there in front of me. I'm trying to click an arrow that doesn't exist. Optional updates. No updates available at this time. Makes sense. Is that because we never checked? All right, so we're going to jump in here and try and get driver updates. There, it just picked up our display, even though it's not the right graphics card in. Let's see what else we can get driver-wise. Only 2? That's pretty lame. Bluetooth and whatever the hell that is. All right, we'll let those roll through for a few minutes while I get this case out and get it going. All right. I'm going to peel both panels off this thing and then go at getting what we can together for now. My computer's kind of in the way, but that's all right. Let's see what all standoffs we're going to have to attach. So all in a line. Check on our updates quick. Once it gets anywhere where we can shut it down, we will. So we'll skip that for now. Downloading. So a few more minutes and that should be at a point where we can shut down. Until then, we'll go ahead and do a couple standoffs that we're going to need. And once we get shut down, we'll obviously move this over where we can see everything. All right, literally just throwing a little thread locker on here and put these in the case. What is happening in the chat? This camera's on, I'm just letting you know. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, not everybody's cool with being on camera. But yeah, camera and mic's on. What's it called? All right, we got our standoffs in, and we got a couple wire ties, whatever, bread ties, whatever the hell you want to call them. So we're gonna undo all that, undo rubber bands, and start routing what we can. We're not stuck, but actually kind of at a point where we need to. Wow, that's a hell of a way to do that. I would have just ran 2 separate cables. Let's go ahead and take a peek at our manual, see if it explains itself with that USB cable. I'm guessing it doesn't. USB 3, USB 2. Is that really what it is? USB 2, and what do we have here? HD audio, and that will be our front panel. Okay. So I thought they pulled like some real super dodgy move. That's like something I would do if you can't plug in USB 3 cable or header, have a USB 2 extension coming off of it. But no, they just routed the USB 2 through the USB 3 cable. But let's go ahead and see. Can we shut this down? Cumulative update for Windows 11. That one's going to take forever. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and shut down. That update we can get later. All right, we'll do restart quick. As soon as it comes back up, we're powering down, and then we will go to the next stage. So I'm just going to spin out the rest of these standoffs and put some thread locker on them. Is it essential? No, but it can help with keeping them in. Actually, I think they might have it because they're being an absolute nightmare to come out. Let's see if we can get one that we can see. No, they're tight enough. I'm going to trust that they're not going to come out of there. Never hurts to go back in and check. They're all in. Good. We'll put the thread lock away. The other thing that we can do while we're waiting on Windows is put a few fans in. Where are they? All right. So we're going to take and strip the case fans out that are on this. And last one. Get rid of them. Throw them in a pile. And keep all our screws handy as we're going to need those. Also, we got to figure out how this panel, no screws, good. I'm glad to see that that's a technique from the past. So it seems like we're starting to boot back up. And absolutely no fans in the front, that's good. And none in the top, so that gives us plenty of room. Our AIO has 2. And I think we will put that either in the front or the top, possibly front, which will leave us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3. We could stack them. Who knows? All right, I don't know if the computer's restarting or not. What's going on here? Bought into 12th gen. Yeah, same old on the chat. This is my least favorite part is the actual build. Like, the case isn't fun. I mean, it can be. It's what takes the longest whenever you start routing cables. But, wish this thing would do whatever it's doing so we can shut it down and move on to doing the good stuff. Like finishing this build. All right. Collective brains out of the however many people we have left. What do we say about placement for a radiator for an AIO? And let me actually grab it so we can see what we're talking about. It's funny that my friend bought RGB RAM when that one. This is the all-in-one liquid cooling that he bought. It's the dark, so no RGB, just black fans, no colors, no nothing, just dark. It's going in a cubby hole. He's never going to see it. But what's our thoughts on placement for this? Top or front of the case? Where would you put it? If you were building this right here, right now, where would you put this in the case? On the front of the case? Put the radiator on the front or put it on top? That's the two options that we have. We don't have like a same side as the motherboard cutout where you can place it where you see in some cases, and there's definitely no room to put it in the bottom because this, what is this, a Cougar case? Yeah, a Cougar. There's literally, it has a basement in it, so I'm not putting anything there. But where would you mount it? Yeah, there's no see-through panels on the case. Good point. I mean, but I think he went with the RAM because of the price for it. It was DDR5. Good brand. Can't go wrong with Corsair. Where should we place this, the red? Because I'm really, it's a toss-up. I think we'll see once we get the motherboard mounted where we're going to put it, depending if it's going to go up or to the front. So I can really only mount one fan until I figure out where the heck we're putting this, where we're going to put this AIO, the radiator. So let's go ahead and get a fan out. We'll get this mounted in the back slot. Check on the computer. Still just a moment. Gotta love it. It's going to just a moment until, wrong one. It's going to just a moment until it's done with that cumulative update, which is a massive pain in the butt. All right. So here's a cool system we can talk about for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is how it works, or how it's supposed to work. So we have our fans, and you've got a male end and a female end, if that makes sense. Male and female end, and then you have this adapter that goes out to a fan header. So fan header has male, you plug male into female, that gets you your power to your fan. And if I'm not mistaken, fans that are side by side, I think we can daisy chain with that. So it's one wire goes to a fan header, and I think we can safely run 4 fans off of any modern motherboard fan header. But how many do we have on this thing? Let's count them up. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not seeing any on this side. 5, 6. So six fan headers, possibly a 7th that I'm just not seeing somewhere, but at least 6. So I don't know if we're going to daisy chain or just run the adapter. And then we'll have to daisy chain some just for the simple fact of the AIO has its own 2 fans as well. But yeah, where are we going to put it? That's the big question. Front, back. All right, we're booted up. The hell with this thing. It's getting shut down. That's all right. NVIDIA control panel, you don't need found. Okay, I thought that downloaded already. Possibly it did, but no big deal. Right now, so we were in audit mode. So essentially, we made it to the desktop to install some drivers and whatnot without creating a user account. We're using that hidden administrator account. It's audit mode. And we should have a little bit smoother with the Windows now. Yeah, a lot smoother now that I believe the 1050 Ti installed its driver. We're still short a ton of drivers. We're not going to do driver install. Resource hub proxy device. No idea what that is. We'll figure that out later. But yeah, drivers are boring to do. So let's get back to building. We have quite a bit of drivers to grab though when we do go for it. Shutting down. And for audit mode, what we want to do, at least for this, we're going to enter system out of box experience no. What we want to do is re-enter audit mode so we can come back in later and finish installing the drivers without creating that user account. And whenever he gets this computer, he'll turn it on. He'll go through that new out of box experience. But for right now, we'll hit shut down, and enter system audit mode. Get this the heck out of the way off the bench once that shuts down, and make room for the case. I might actually end it pretty soon here, or not, who knows. Let's power off. We're going to unplug anything that has power, pull it before you start disconnecting. So HDMI cables, USB, especially HDMI and USB if you're running into a KVM, power cord, and go ahead and bleed off any power. Hold your power button in if you have one, or in this case, a big fucking power button. Unnecessarily big. Alright, graphics card out of the way for now. We will not need that again. And let's disconnect our RGB fan and bench test. So that was even offset just a little. Well, it did move right as I picked it up too. Yep. Good to go. Put that away for another day. Put this away for another day as well. Where'd that case go? There's the case. There's that. Keep those handy. And this is the part of the build, but everything just is a massive mess. Alright, let's move. We're going to move my little hacky laptop setup further down the bench so we have more room to build beside the computer. And get all this put into some sort of good spot. Alright, so one, I'm going to get a motherboard installed, and then two, start working on fans. Let's do that. Let's do the board first. Get those cables out of our way. We don't want to lock those in. Let's see if the other hard thing or tough thing about doing it this way is you don't have a heat sink or whatever, the mount for your AIO to grab hold of when you do this. Now, we do have the back plate, and we could possibly put the mount on here now for it, but we will have room to access it, I believe, after this is in. So we're going to take and set this down carefully. And IO shield we don't have to worry about on this one. It's integrated right into the board. fairly lined up, so let's go. Also, are they... look like they're using fine thread case screws, or the screws that go in optical drives, potentially. Let's find out. It's got to be one or the other. Go ahead and give it a quick test and see if it's the... and fine thread it is. Or did I just get lucky and that went in? Let's try a coarse thread one once and see what happens. Just curious. I'm going to go for one more and try and get this board aligned a little better. No, it's definitely the fine thread one, so we just have to be offset a little on that top one. That's why it's kicking it. Yeah. Boy, that would have been brilliant if they used those screws. We have 2 left. 3. All right. Motherboard is just about secured. Every time that I go ahead and... wow, they cut that close. All right, well, at least I know I'm not going to be unscrewing the motherboard. But every time I screw one in most builds, I end up having to unscrew it because I'm a huge fan of routing, like the USB or the HD audio connector for the front panel. I'll route it behind the motherboard and have it pop out, even though it comes up right through here. Usually the holes don't always line up so close. They're there in the vicinity, somewhere in the neighborhood, but I will literally take and route the cable behind the board and just have that little bit pop out and connect. But yeah, let's go ahead and get one fan in. See how this is going to work. And continue on. So I have the screws. There's the screws. And what did we say? We're going to see where the cables end us up for the AIO placement, right? Wherever the cables send us is where we're going to put it. So possibly up, possibly on the front. Don't know yet. Boy, that's a heck of a way to place that. Oh, where is it? So this fan's going to mount like that. I don't know. Just a stickler. Real picky on which way the cables or the sticker space and everything. So what we're going to do is take and route this down and out this other side just to get the cable to the bottom. You'll see it more so on the bottom, but the bottom is better than right here on the edge. So let's grab a different Phillips bit so we know we can wind these screws in. Oop, we were up just a hair. Beating up my friend's computer already. I think we'll leave the adjustment down on that. AIO with the fan stacked up might come close to hitting it. Not sure until we get that in, if it goes to the top. All right, one's in. Power supply is another thing. Of course, routing that down. We'll leave that little connector there, and then just see if we have enough room. Just trying to manage these cables to get them where they're not being seen. Probably going to be near impossible, but we'll try it. Yeah, definitely going to hit there, so we got to get them back out. Well, that plan be damned. Sticker's not going upright on this one. We're gonna flip the fan upside down. If we have to, we'll heat up the sticker, either heat it up or remove it with a little bit of IPA to flip the sticker around. It's just, that's too much cabling with that wiring system and extra plugs to take and hide it along here, hide it down here anywhere. We're actually gonna flip this fan, even though he'll never see it. When he does eventually take the side panel off, or the first time he has to, we want it to look halfway decent. So with the fan that way, we'll put that up and toward the back out of the way. Time for a plastic razor blade and some IPA. So it went that way. We're going to spin it and give this IPA a few moments to evaporate. Then flip that sticker over. That way, if you ever see it through the back panel, it's the right way. And it'll be the one oddball fan. If he ever tears it down to clean it, he'll have to remember to put that one with the label there. And there we go. With the wires up, you got to imagine this. Okay, wires up. If it was in the top of the case, looking in the back, labels the right way up. Hell of a thing to have to do, but when you're detail oriented, kind of bothers you when it's the wrong way. Anyhow, let's keep moving on. Since we're doing silly stuff. Alright, wires are hidden. Labels facing the right orientation. Damn, there is not a lot. There is some room, just not a lot. That'll be enough to get our fan wire out, though. The other thing, we can start routing power supply. So we're going to have to flip over. Oh boy. Flip over to, I don't know what camera for this one. Should be able to go to that one possibly. That's high enough view. It does have a bunch of other ones involved. These will probably never be used, but we're going to take and secure them. That way they don't sit in there and rattle. They might tend to rattle. Get our power supply, throw it in. And we're also, what did I say? We're going to add in the other CPU cable. So let's do that quick. We got to get it out of the box. Just because I have no clue what all this guy is going to add to the system. So we'll add our second CPU cable. And we'll gang those together and then put the PCI Express on a different slot. And then we need the whole rest of this mess. We're going to need our SATA. What is this? Our graphics card. That makes sense. Let's get a couple coarse threaded case screws and try and get this guy mounted. Granted, you can't see this, but that's what we're doing. All right, where are we at? I'm going to go to the graphics card. Don't need it. We need to route our two CPU cables up through, then see if we can get that top fan wire back out through. Actually, we got a lot of cables that got to go through up there. It's going to be a huge nuisance and not a ton of room on this back panel. And yeah, we're going to have to loosen some stuff up to get these to go through that. Definitely. There's literally no room. Let's break them apart and see. Maybe we'll fit them through if we bust them apart. They might be thinner one way than the other. That'd be amazing if that happens, but I'm not holding my breath on it because of the one that has the little locking legs. So we'll be able to fit the locking legs through if we loosen up the top row of screws, the top 2 rows of screws, and may let it pop through. All right, so we're going to tuck what cables we can into the case for right now. As we got to make room for those wires to come through the top, and I did miss one screw there. But yeah, there's literally no room for pulling those EPS cables through, or 12-volt rail, whatever you want to call them. No room for it. We got to take. Where is it? Finally got it. Also, this is going to limit us, so we may have to take that fan back out. And this is just to get a couple cables through there that are just too big. Fit through. We could route them another way, bring them to the side, pull them through, route them up around. But why when you have that hole right there? We're also going to have to make use of it for, pretty sure, the stuff going from the AIO. At least the fans and the power for it. Fan's got to come out to flex the board up. Fan headers, SATA connector should all easily pass through there. It's just these EPS connectors. You don't want to go folding the little legs over that lock the two halves together. So let's stand this up, pull our board out of the way, and get the other half of the cables through. And I think, yep, that's it. Alright, let's lock these two back together and pull our slack through. And lock these in. Away. The rest of it we should be able to fit without much issue. I'm going to say it's safe to go ahead and screw the motherboard back down. So let's work on that for a moment. Watch, I'm saying that now, but it's going to be a whole case of one screw that motherboard 10 more times before it's said and done. Wrong guy. All right, let's go. Switching 12th gen. Thankfully, my friend doesn't have a bunch of insane RGB and other stuff that he's putting into this build. Because anytime you add lights to stuff, that adds more wires. And that ends up being a bloody mess. I think I had a little under 12 hours, a little over 12 hours building mine. And that was 13 RGB fans and all kind of unnecessary stuff, but it lights up nice, so. And while we're here, let's go ahead and pop out one of our back panels. These crack it loose. We know which one we're going to need out. For a GPU, always be careful when breaking these out when it's still in the case. You don't want to scratch your motherboard with the bottom side, and it is close to components. When they're here, it's close to the level of the board. Yeah. Take a look around for a moment. We got some cables there still to route. We have this nuisance of a cable that we're going to have to flip around. Main power is connected. We got to start getting all our other little cables connected. This is where I should have set up a sideways camera angle, but we didn't do that today. We're going to need to find our front panel connectors. We can bring them through. Luckily, that's an easy routing. The same with everything else in this bundle. Nice and easy to route it through. Hell of a way to bring it in. So we're going to make a change on it here. So they literally have this routed where it's going and going through this hole where the motherboard is. I'm going to there is access up here where you would put an optical drive if you wanted to put one. We're going to take and route all those cables for our front panel and whatnot down beside that instead of sending them through an unnecessary hole in the case here. We'll route them all that way, and it gets them out of the way of that optical drive and not having to pop down behind it or anything of the sort. We just got to see that we can fit them all through here. We may, hold on a minute. Is that the case? I don't think that is the case, but if it is the case, no, it's riveted. I thought for a second we had a removable motherboard tray. I was going to say that's quite the thing, but not on a case of this caliber. That's not a thing, not happening. All right, we'll get audio. Is that audio and USB? I don't know. It's going to be a tight fit, but I think we might be able to get it. There's one through. Let's try and work this other one through just the same. One cable routed. I just have a couple more to do. 2 more. These ones we shouldn't need tweezers or anything of the sort for, being that it's our front panel or our reset switch, LED, hard drive LED, all that. These should just pop right through. They're small enough. Alright. Almost. And finally, the one that's going to be the challenge, USB 3 connector. And I don't know if it is a 3, and it has to be USB 3. And if you can't hook up USB 3, you can at least make your USB 3 port USB 2. It's a hell of a pigtail to have on there. It's going to look great once it gets to the motherboard. Not really. It'll look fairly stupid, but yeah. Kind of is what it is. It's attached to it in the worst way. And no real way to isolate it. I don't know that this connector is going to fit down through there. It might not. If it does, it's going to be a tough fit. Let's see if we can get the cable to pass through. If we can get the USB 2 to pass through, that will help give us some type of leverage to pull the rest of that big giant connector through there. There's no way to grab this thing where everything isn't in the way. And Cougar, as a company, that is a stupid way to have your front panel connector or your USB 3. I understand wanting to still be able to hook it up, but come on, that's a little screwy at best. Alright, we have the cable coming through. Big thing we're going to have to worry about is, will the connector fit? But now that we have everything, if the connector is going to fit, which I doubt it, so close. And it's out. It was quite a friction fit. A bit of a squeeze, but we made it. Alright. Let's take these cables. We're going to bundle them all up. One zip tie. And keep them all nice and up in top of the case. We'll throw one of the black ones on it. That way it doesn't stick out. And before we clip it and tighten it down, we're just going to leave the tail on and just barely snug it up. Just enough to grab a few things. So again, that whole change was everything from the front panel. So the audio cable, front panel audio, USB 3, USB 2, power switch, power LED reset, all that. Microphone came down here and dropped right down where an optical drive would be if you wanted, and I believe my friend does want one for some of the stuff he does. He still uses discs, and just come down and jetted through a hole here where it would kind of be in the way of that optical drive. Just moved it and routed it through the top of the case down through a very, very tiny opening there. Got everything to pass through, and now it's out of the way. And we can start routing it to where we're going to need it. Front panel will come down. No good option. But down and right back up. And we have what? Audio and USB. That should be interesting as well. We need USB is going to be by the front panel, and then audio will be toward the back. And then the USB connector, who knows where the hell that's going to go through at. Also, getting this through may be more of a challenge than anything because of the power supply being mounted in place. Yeah, it's going to be a definite challenge. Nope, they made room for it. How thoughtful. All right, let's flip this over and take a look at what we got. Start pulling all this through. Actually, so front USB and audio. All right, front USB, good. We need to route our audio cable, and sadly, same thing I thought with the USB, the power supply is so high up, we don't have room to get the connector through, so we're going to have to literally loosen our power supply just to get this cable to route. So literally, that there. No room. And there's a rolled lip on the pass through. So let's undo power supply screws. We should be able to just undo 3 of them to get enough room to pass that through. Keep the 4th one in as an anchor. And there we go. Still maybe too tight. We might actually have to drop it out of there. Nope. Just enough. All right. Screws back in place to capture that thing and keep moving. I'm going to wrap this build up in the next couple minutes. We're probably real far from that. We still have a couple fans to mount, cable routing. All right. We have to figure out where to pass our USB 3 through. We've got those ones sorted now. It's always fun finding the missing pin on these audio headers. That is supposed to be it. Let's try and reconnect. Yep, that's it. There we go. In, get our front panel. USB 3 comes through here. It's a hell of a dongle. I don't know if we're going to drop it from the power supply, the main 24-pin cable area from behind it, and plug it in. Let's see what we can make happen. We don't have a secondary 90-degree offset one, but I think that's going to do the job we want, as well as that. All right, it's time. Let's what is that? Oh, what's that? Get in there. A little bit of a hump up. That's fine. Not so interesting. Let's jump back over here to get some detail. So we did our dual EPS connectors, 24-pin USB 3. Look at that lovely pigtail hanging off. We may end up chopping that and trying to insulate the wires. I don't know yet. And then we did front audio, front USB 2. Now we need to plug these in. We can see where the plus is, and let me look at it here. If you don't know, let me see if it makes sense. Does it have it? Well, that one's marked. On the back of these, the non-printed side, on the back of these, there's little triangles. And the triangle usually points to the positive side, the side where you want to connect to your positive. Or is it negative? I believe it's positive. I got to look this up. It's been so long since I actually looked it up. I just plugged them in. And truth be told, it doesn't much matter most of the time. Triangle and front wires. Is it positive or negative? Yes, positive, like I said. I thought so. I started doubting myself on that one. So there's a little triangle on it, and that denotes the positive side. So we can see our power switch. So we know where that goes. And we have our reset, our power LED, and our hard drive LED. So let's get our hard drive LED, connect it up. Hard drive LED, find the positive. We'll go there. And then we want power LED, which is generally split. Power LED. And it pulled the other one right back off. Alright, power LED positive. Hold these on and pull a little bit of slack through to keep from yanking these off constantly, and split these out a little. So we have our power LED positive, power LED negative, hard drive LED. Find our reset switch. It should be on the bottom. And our positive is to the left as it faces now. Reset switch positive to the left. And we need it positive to the right. So we got to give that a twist. And then power switch positive is to the left. Find our triangle. It's on this side. So we want our little metal contact side up. And there's your simplified front panel. Everything connected. Looks good. Pull the slack back out now. Make it all disappear. That's super stupid. I do not like that. We're going to have to find a resolution for that thing being stuck in there like that. And they got different colored cables. Yeah, it's got to go. What else? We can start with the AIO, I suppose. Let's see if there's any cable routing to the back still to be done for right now. I don't believe, other than zip tying stuff in place. We can do the graphics card, but it don't make sense to. We could do the SATA, but that doesn't make sense to. At least not yet. We want these to come through. They're ultimately going to get zipped there. Until we actually decide on how we're zip tying them, how, when, why. We will use a temporary tie just in case anything else is going to get routed in with them. This is going to be a fine mess here to deal with. Let's go grab a couple more ties. Oh. All right, slacks out. USB 3 is going to be a fun one. That's on both sides of the power cable. Well, it comes out from under it. So I think we'll bundle everything together. However, this may be a bad choice. So we may need to undo it out front there, bring it back through and pass it up under so it will route right down this channel. I don't know how much room is on the back side of this. All right, backside panel has a huge pop out. We'll make it so we don't have to mess with any of it. I just don't know that I like it being bundled over it. So I still think we will disconnect the front, pull it back out, and just route it under just a little. Again, that was straight through. All I want to do is just lift this up. and then put it through, reconnect, and then just route it slightly different once it hits. Clipped in again. And that will pull down to these channels here, this little offset channel. Let's go ahead and get one zip tied just to kind of hold that in place where we want it. Don't need it tight yet. Bring one further down. That's quite possibly going to be on its own. Leave that there, cut it off later. GPU connector SATA. Don't know what's going to go where. All right, time for AIO. And also with everything tied in, we're not going to have a lot of slack on the front panel. But it will be possible to pull it off of there to attach our fans and whatnot. Let's just see what kind of slack we do have. As I said, not a lot, but more than enough. All right. Let's put this back on. Let's get the AIO out and see. It's kind of we're stuck with. We can't really do anything else till we see how that's going to fit and mount in place. So we need the AIO. All right, literally nothing to these other than a radiator, a pump, some liquids, some fans, and some electronicals. If you've never opened an EK product, well, I'll set this down and go with it for a quick minute. If you've never opened an EK product, very nice. And the more money you spend, obviously, the nicer it's going to be. Yeah, very nice packaging, whatnot. Let's get our fans out and same type of fan connectors. Grab these two. And we're going to need this unit, and then I believe might be some stuff in there for us. that's a hell of a thing. Got a nice peel. Let's go ahead and get rid of those now. Yes, more likely to scratch it, but you know what? We're not going to have to worry about peeling them later in the case. So we'll set this off to the side. Let's start working on our mounting. Let's see what's in the box. So it does have this side up. And it should be a slide. No stickers, it's just a tight fit. What the hell do we got here? Mounting plates. Okay, we're going to need LGA 1700. Which one of those will that be? Easy way to tell without having your motherboard out is find one of your fans. If you have a LGA 1700 fan, so we know it's not that guy. Looks like we're kind of on the right track there. It actually says it LGA 1700. If it didn't say it, you could just keep trying to line them up. And I think we'll need that part for the top. And what is this? LGA 115X and 1200, which we don't need either of those. Where the hell? There it is. So we'll throw the ones that we don't need back in, pack this crap up. Get a wire out, whatever the heck this is. Don't know. Get some hardware, and then we have to figure out which ones of these we will need. Undoubtedly, I think they use different screws. We'll jump over to something a little closer up here in a moment. They are indeed different screws, different thicknesses, everything. So let's throw it up on the camera. Get that over here so you can see. Well, let's unlock focus. And there we go. They're definitely different thicknesses. We're going to need the skinnier ones, 4 of those, and then the nuts for it. And I'm not certain that these springs stay in here, so don't lose those. You want to keep them handy where you won't knock them over, lose the springs. They are not permanently attached in there. And I believe at this point, that is it. What the hell? Ah, little hand tool. Set this off to the side so we can pack it back up when we're done. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but we'll try and get this. Don't know that. Yeah. Well, let's invert it. Or, turn it 180 so we kind of can have access to it. And we'll just bring the arm out to meet it so we can see what's going on. So this is going to be our top plate. This needs attached to the AIO. There should be screws somewhere to do that. For right now, we're going to go ahead and get our back plate on. This will go on the back. And we need to have these will hit the motherboard, and then these will go down through. And I don't know if that's metal or plastic that's around it. Let me see if there's any other fittings, little washer type things, anything to sit against the motherboard. If not, I'm not seeing them. So, and it is universally like the shape of it. You can't put it sideways. It's got to go either up or down, whichever way, one way around, but it won't go sideways on 1700 socket. So get it to where you can kind of see a hole. And this is where your little tool comes in handy, I'm guessing. Snug it up just a little. Line up another hole. Snug it up a little. Snug it up. All right, and you can give them a little bit of torque. What you want to make sure of is that when you go to tighten down the nuts that hold the actual pump of the AIO to your CPU, that it doesn't loosen these up. That'd be the main thing. What's well priced, Spencer? I didn't happen to see that comment come through. Sorry, buddy. Oh, what happened? Did I use the wrong side? Or are they all the same size? All right. This part, important to point out that, yeah, it's the same size. Important to point out that you want these evenly torqued, so get out your manual torque wrench, and we're going to torque this to 120 foot-pounds. Listen for the click, 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 click. All right. Seriously, tighten them down. You don't have to torque them. But if you do, 120 foot-pounds, not inch. All right, good enough. Let's take a look at the AIO. We'll throw this on the floor. Bring this guy up to the bench, and let's take a look at it. We got to, oh boy, they already have stuff spread out on it. How nice. Let's pop this little cover off. I'm guessing there's no world where this set's nice, dead even, and flat. So we're going to make it this world where it will set flat. That would go on. Yes. We're going to check the manual just to be sure, but I'm fairly certain you want it so the springs and everything come down and hit. This has like a slant built into it, a slope on each side. You want it hitting where it slopes down, not where the screw would be or the spring would be digging down into a groove. We'll take a look in this manual real quick, find the quick starter. Boy, they've got enough stuff here. Stickers. We just want the book. And find some type of reference. And yep, it's hitting the slant the way I said. Okay. So basically like most other AIOs out there. And if you're like me, you get a snack that comes in the box for later. So just remember, you can tear them open, have a little snack if you get hungry partway through your build. I'm going to throw that on and find some screws. Neither side has a taper to it, so one, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, let's consult the manual again and see which ones they advise. You have two. You have ones with a thin dome head type deal. Mounting plate, Phillips head, and Phillips head, UNC. So the mounting plate is the thicker one, which would be the guys in this bag here. Mounting plate, you get one extra, so don't lose them. Alright, just going to give this a good amount of torque. Get your manual torque driver if you have it, 120 foot-pounds. Click. That's the answer for everything. Click. 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 There we go. Torque down. 2 spec. Now the big test. Getting this mounted, seeing where we want it to go exactly. That's going to be the kind of big nuisance in this plan here. So we know, without a doubt, how we want things to go to an extent. We can literally throw this down on there. For right now, we're just going to kind of get a visual reference. I mean, honestly, I'm thinking if we do it that way, those hoses are going to kind of get thrown down right where our GPU is. And if we do it with both those kind of angled up, that's an even bigger mess throwing it to the front. And I'm not certain that the pump head does any type of rotation. Let's peel some of the stuff off and find out. I don't believe it does. Or it may. That would be really cool if it does do that, so you can face it every which way. Seems like it's magnetic. Get hot in here. Okay, so I was just looking, and it seems like you can face this a few different ways, but let me finish exploring. So it does come off. So whichever way we need to rotate it. So by default, orientation is like that. Now what I don't know and don't advise is I don't think the smart move would be to send your wiring in those fittings toward this back heatsink on your all your power phases and whatnot. So I think in getting it to conform and commit to an S-curve and stay, I don't know that that's going to be an option. Let's bend them down a little further and just check. So say that goes in place, and then that goes up front. I don't think that S-curve like that looks really well. Let's do the overhead and let these drop down. And the main thing I worry about there is still, even though this goes way, way up in the build, those are still a little close to the GPU, and naturally they're going to want to bend downward like that. And even if you do that to them, they're still going to want to come downward, but you can to some extent keep them away from the GPU. So I think that's going to be the way to do it. That'll be the move right there. Need to balance, massive headache, started painkillers, not keeping their job, need to lay in a dark room. Yes, sir. Catch up tomorrow, definitely. I don't ever recommend hanging out in pain versus resting and taking care of yourself. Remember the title of this. I have even less to do than you. Exact title. So let's undo our wires. Go ahead and I think for right now, this is the choice. It's going on there like that. So we're going to go ahead and start screwing these in place. Try and plop two diagonals on and see. Really need to get that piece of adhesive off of my glove. Or adhesive, that piece of peel. Alright, so there's that. Alright, 1 and 2. And these you don't have to go all crazy with. You can go ahead and tighten them down, mainly by finger. I would say you can get them pretty tight going just with your fingers. What you don't want to do is pass up that 120 foot-pounds of the bottom one that you torqued it down. So stop around 80. And they should come to a little stop when they're tight. All right, and come on, stop. There it is. We'll do the reverse X torque pattern. Click, 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 and click. Double click. All right, perfectly torqued. You saw that. That's the spec. It has to be. Now is where we're going to run into problems. We got to pull more of our EPS wire out, and routing the other way might have been a better option. It's going to have a run-in with our fans, and I think at least for this one, we're going to have the fans internal. So let's, oh boy, I don't know. Fans internal, external, in, out. Yeah, 2 in, 3 out. Let's do that. Yep, we're going to flip it up and go for a different view, move the camera, and get this rad screwed in on the top. Let's see what hardware we had laying out. So we're going to have to set this thing down ever so lightly and get our other hardware open. Four, 5, 6, 7, and yes, we can still count to 8. I like to keep in practice every now and then. All right, 8 screws. Let's rotate this back up into place. Where's our mount? What are we hitting? What are we hitting? All right, so we go ahead and get one of the screws in this corner. Just gonna let that hang there for a sec. That is being near impossible to thread in. So let me grab a different one and see if maybe it's just the hole. Who knows? Let's see if we can get another one to thread in a tad bit different. Definitely just that hole. Go ahead and thread the rest of these in. Another thing, and I'm not the only one that said, so many people have said this, pay attention when you are looking at your AIO, the rad. Make sure where you're sending these screws through that there's room behind it. Anyone made modern these days, unless you're buying cheap Chinese knockoff or just like unbranded, unheard of brand AIOs with rads, or even just rads for like a custom loop. Do be sure that where the mounting screws are, there's no fins behind it. You don't want to have it going through, cutting into where there's cooling at. But most modern ones made today don't have that happening with them like they did years ago. All right, so far 2 of these holes are acting up. We're going to back it out and try and approach it. Yeah. Try and have that go in differently. Sadly, it didn't. Try another one, same screw. Just some of them go in and just hit a burr. All right, we're going to lay this down on its side so I can get at these last 3 with some force instead of top down where I'm kind of teetering around balancing. We'll actually lay this down. Wire still. I'm trying to run these last couple in. Alright, so there was a burr on the screw or the rad. That was absolutely awful for going in. Let's try this one. Very nice. And what do we have? One. Should be two more, and that's it. There's so many peels here. They just keep sticking to me. That one started good. Let's go for this last one. Last one, yes. And this one was one that was giving us a problem, or no? Maybe, I don't know. All right. That's it. That's all 8 of those. Now we've got the mess of fans to deal with. Let's get this thing connected first. I'm literally going to route it up. Did I just drop a bread tie in the system? No, it's tied around itself. So we're going to route this up and plug into our CPU fan header. There is a CPU optional, but by default, the CPU fan header will run our pump. Like, I guess the simple thing is you want your CPU cool. It doesn't matter how fast. I mean, it matters how fast your fans are spinning, but you definitely want your CPU staying cool, and plug it into the CPU header instead of the AIO header. Even if they have one, we'll guarantee that it runs good, because we have CPU fan, CPU optional up there, and then just your standard sys fan 1, 2, 3, and 4, or pump. But we're not going to route that pump the whole way down there and plug it in. We'd need an extension to do that down here instead of the top of the board. We have a few more fans to run. This cable to deal with, which is going to be a nuisance. Generally, let's see if we can find a way, any way other than a big bundle of stuff. If we run it around, that will still give us enough room to go up and plug in. So now we're going to play the game of, can we weave this under each of these legs and around the socket with that frame on. That's what I don't know, if it's going to go around the socket with that CPU frame on there. We can sure find out though. All right, let's go in for some more detail on this. So basically, wire disappearing technique. AIO wire comes out here. I went under this leg, and we're just going to try and have it feed under all these legs. Don't know if it's going to make it. We may have to unmount. Not a favorable outcome unmounting, but if we can get it through, I'll tell you what, 3-pin fans are way easier than 4, and I don't think this one's even going to be near possible. But you know what is? No, gloves are falling apart. We're losing pieces. Let's get that out of the system. Need something else to poke with. We'll try a screwdriver. All right. Since our header won't fit, we're just going to we unpinned it. We know the striped wire, and they all fall right in line. The striped wire goes to the side here with the arrow. Let's go ahead and feed all these wires through now that we don't have that big fat header to worry about. Should be able to fish these through no problem. The only thing with working with it like that is you don't want to break those little locking pins. So when you grab, you have to grab easy and pull through easy. Or unmount and start over. All right, bad choice. We need straight ones. At this point, we have a lot less wire to deal with. Going up to, of course, it's going to get stuck on the last one because of the previous wire running through. Pull it tighter. Bundle those up, pass them through, and be done, right? All right, so we'll pull the slack of our wire through, and I suppose now is a good time to show you this. We'll go, where's that camera? Let's pop back on over and power my other camera up. All right, wake back up. All right, should have grabbed it. Let's go to that one that froze, so you can definitely. All right, and there we go. So let's take a look at this fan header. This is this can be quite the nuisance. Move one camera out of the way and look at our fan header wire. If we can get in here, I'm real close to knocking over a whole rack of tools, so I'm going to move it before it hits the deck. That will let the camera come out further, and we can actually get our scope down in here. So here's basically what you're looking at when you're dealing with fan headers and whatnot. We'll zoom way in so we can see what we're dealing with. And it's inverted, so this is going to be real fun. Should have learned a lesson a while ago. Rotate 180. All right, now we'll know which way we're pointing. Okay, zoom out. And looking at these, which way focuses more? So here's the little tabs that you don't want to break off. See these little guys? Right there. So when you bend those down, that's how you literally just press a screwdriver into it and bend that little tab down. And that is what locks it in. So let's untangle them and straighten these up one by one. See if we can't. Realize silver glaring, we just want to take and give that a little lift. That will go back into the fan header and lock in place. Let me sort these out. Let's get the second one. And I said, just take your knife blade and it goes right under, and get it under and just give it a little tip upward. And you have two more left, and then we can put our fan header back on. Get that one, and just a little bend up. Last wire, and take and give that just a little bend up. Also, just to check, perhaps we can zoom out a little and see this. So we want the dotted wire goes to the side with the arrow. I guess it's kind of like a 1, a 7, whatever. They'll slide in there, and that little latch we bent up goes to the hole. You'll feel it click into place. Just have ever so slight little click. Occasionally they'll start fighting you like that where they don't want to go in. You got to figure out why. Let's get the last one, shove him up in there as well. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to see it too. So we have one that's being a nuisance for us. And it's that third one. So from the bottom up, third one, we're going to take a look at that and just see why is it bending so much. It is bent up enough. Just take and undo the wire and just try and put it back in again. See if and boom, it clicked into place, no problem that time. We got the other one. Is he in there? He's in there as well. So all of them are back in place. I'm just going to take and verify. It looks like that one's bent up a little more than I'd like it. So what we can do is kind of shove that wire in. Let's give that a little bend, and everything's back in place, good to go. Now that we have that repinned, we're going to change gloves also. But see, that one really looks like it's knocked out of place. But when we take a look, we should see the little tab bent up, and I'm not seeing it. So it looks like that could slide up further. So let's try and yeah, he indeed was not all the way in. So we're going to take and give that one more go, see if it'll go in and latch. Where the hell is the tweezers? Now it's latched. I'm not going to pull back out of there now. I understand really zoomed in, hard to see, but you can see there's no gap. Everything is in place. And we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, all 4 of those little latches. All good to go. So something I like to do before I get too far into this, just to make sure that everything's working, I have a cable. Is it that one? No, it's not that one. I may have it and not have it handy, but I have a cable that actually plugs into the wall. Oh, fuck, I can't have that falling. Let's see if we can find it. It should be real handy somewhere close here. I'm going to take a moment and look for it. It's no, it's not on the other end of that. It's going to be an adapter. Where the hell is that thing? Not it. Oh, where the hell is this thing? Such a fucking nuisance. I don't know where the hell. That's not it. Not it. Well, no big deal, but we still want to know that our fan's not gonna, that we didn't screw anything up on that. You kidding me? Is that it? No, that's not it. Not it. Not it. You need 12 volts on these guys to see. So being that I checked it ahead of time, we know that it is the proper voltage. Nothing's going to get hurt. But say you didn't, you wanted to check it. Find yourself a 12-volt power plug and wire on a female fan header that you can power your fan with. That would be the way to do it. Is it that one? It's not that one. It's none of these. Still not it, not it, not it. When you only make one of these, you'll be kicking yourself when you're looking around like me trying to find where the heck the other one is. That's our 12 volter. Also, it's not like it's not impossible to mix up. What's it called? One thing from the next, and just completely goof on where all your adapters and everything else is. So that's also part of the dilemma on this one. Was that a header? Not a header, not a header. Man. One more idea, and I don't think this is it. Negative now. Alright. Let's find a 12-volt power supply and plug this thing in. Oh, you know what? Never mind. Memory has started serving me again. I just had to go to the drawer. To find... which cable is it? There it is. So recently I migrated from everything hanging on walls to having stuff in drawers and shelves. I'm trying to get everything off the pegboard. Alright, so what I've been saying and rambling on about for who knows how long now, let's swing this scope back out of our way, is, there we go. So fan, not important, but we can use it for demonstration. Basically, 12-volt power supply and a way to plug a fan into it. Literally adapt it over. You plug fan in and fan runs. Let's go ahead and plug it in. And plug it in. If all is connected the right way, fan should. This fan might be bad, come to think of it. Indeed, it's not. Just had to plug it in. So fan works. You can see that. Has RGB. Some people aren't into that. My friend Brian isn't. But to check that we didn't do anything to this, we're going to take and plug it in. But we're not going to plug it in to the wall. We're going to go to our power supply and go to a lower voltage and see if we can hear the pumping gauge. One problem with it is PWM. So it's a 4-pin, but we can still connect to it, no problem. Let's get our power level set. So we'll take about 5 volts, a little under 4.95, and test our amps. Turn the amps down a little bit. Sub 5 volts, half an amp. Just want to see what's what and plug this guy in quick. So go to our positive and negative, see if we can hear the pumping gauge. We should be able to. And indeed we did. Kind of can't see it, but let's see if you can hear it. We'll take and throw the mic down here. I don't want to short anything out, but we'll throw the mic on it, and let's see if you can hear it engage real quick. Gotta make sure I'm not shorting things out. And you can hear flow if you're listening. Re-engaging. So there you go. Everything's hooked up normal unless we flip the other 2 pins, which I don't believe we did. The ones I was questioning were the center 2, not the end 2. So we're good to go. We'll take and pull this through. We're merely going to tie a little loop in the end of this, little knot, but not tie it tight, just to kind of keep all the slack that we pulled through up around our GPU plate. Pull that a little tight. Not going to perfectly keep it, but we'll take this up and put it on our CPU header again. Lock that down. Let's throw our RAM back in. Did we miss that target completely? No. All right, RAM is in. What else? What else are we doing here? Fans for the AIO. This is where it's going to get nutty with our EPS connectors. We're really going to have to pull that slack out of them to get them out of the way of the rad. And there should be just enough room to bend those out of the way and get a fan on there. Hopefully, if not, we'll find out. We'll know. We'll be the first ones to know. So let's get 2 fans connected, and we can boot the system up and put the other ones in if we want. Kind of curious as to how these are going to work and look. So they're meant to be doubled up as such, and then I believe you can plug them together. Then that we would want to hide back and connect to our other wire. So let's grab that. That fan header wire here, we will take and feed it through the back. And do I have to turn off the microscope? We're going to get the other camera running again because it's been way more useful for what we're doing. Feed our cable through, and oh, there it goes. Let's see. Is it that one? It is that one. Now we got to re-rotate because it's whacked again. There we go. Perfect. All right. Let's stand it up and work our one cable through. And this goes to our fans. So we're going to find a way to fit this up through here by our EPS connectors. And as I said, we may be unscrewing this motherboard a few more times still. Hopefully not. Here, that'll pass through easier. Work on our fans and see if we can get them to fit in. This is the main one I'm concerned about. Not so much this one that's going to flop around for a few minutes, but this one here is going to make it difficult because of our position of our connectors. So jumping that rad down to the front may be our saving option if we can't force those wires up over enough in order to connect this fan. And I don't know. I don't think we're going to get it on there just because of those connectors. And we don't want to bow the housing of the fan. And I'm not putting an offset plate in here. Let's see how much room we have to pull those out of there, out of the way. Because I'm guessing it's not much. Hate to do it, but I think the rad's we're gonna have to maneuver it up front somehow, just in order to get fans on, and it'll fill up some of this blank space here. So, Operation Move the Rad in effect. Not that I want to, but we're gonna have to in this case. Oops. Forgot those gloves. Need to change those out. I don't want to get all kinds of oil from my hands and whatnot all over this. So, as with any time you mess with thermal paste, we do have a couple dots of thermal paste that transferred from thermal finger, getting it on our hands, gloves, whatever. You can't mess with that stuff without getting it everywhere. And what happened here? What am I looking at? Where are we at? Don't really buy me. Yeah, we're still in the same place. Oh, hey, thanks. I didn't see your comment there. Who's that? Hate mate, if that's how you say that. Anyhow, let's got that down. Really don't want to do that. Coiling it as such, just not a good move. There's just not a lot of options for what to do. And we can send this upward a little, and I think that's going to be our move. So, front panel comes off. Maybe. Yep. Get it out of the way. Reattach our rad up here now. Yay. Alright, so that went up. So these are all rotated 180. And really, it comes down to bad placement on the EPS connectors. Just no room in the top of this case. No room from where the top of the motherboard ends, where you're plugging stuff in, big connectors and whatnot, to where everything transfers through, and it transfers through in a small hole at that. Even if we pulled those cables, instead of routing them out and behind the motherboard, if we pulled them out toward the front, straight out, it'd still be in the way of the fan. So there's kind of no solution, no workaround other than moving this rad to another place. And it's a little sketchy at best, but it is higher than the pump, so I think we're going to be okay doing it like so. The top of the rad, where air would gather, the highest part of the lines, is higher than the pump. All right. Let's go ahead. Last one. And probably silly putting this in here, but I got a way to put the fans in from the inside. Got a little finger screwdriver to attach them. Just lift it up a little. That part's done, screwed in. Let's go for the fans. Click our front back in place quick. Leave that one looped in. And put those there. So let's get this tilted to a place where we can see it. Here's the other sad thing. We got to figure out which way for orientation, because we're going to want the top two definitely exhaust, and possibly the back one as exhaust, which means we're going to want these two here as intake. And sadly, to hide the wires, label's got to go upside down, but here's what we're looking at. If we put label up, not that he's ever going to see inside this. It's no tempered glass, no nothing. So we could really put it any which way. That's labels right side up. I think we're just going to opt for labels upside down and put them in this way, and that will route our wire out the back side there. All right. Barely enough room. So we have a few more screws we need to find. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's those. And then we need 4 more just like it. Oh, good point. No, wait, hold on. What am I looking at? What are these from? These are not the ones I want. Yeah, these are the EK ones. Yes, because there's 8 of them all together. These ones gave you 4 and 4. You got a mixed bag, 4 of one kind, 4 of another. When you go through fans, they don't matter, but these actually fit. Yeah, there we go. Okay. It's getting too much hardware out on the bench. Too much hardware. Fucking kidding me. All right. If there's anything, it's going to be a nuisance till the end. That's one. Really need a new glove or 2. We'll swap over to black ones. Then I'm going to take a break for a moment, get a drink. Is anybody still alive out there? I can't believe there's 3 people still alive. Freaking nuisance, man. Of course. Get this thing out of here. Much better. As long as that wire doesn't disappear, we'll be alright. That's what happened to it last time. It kind of couldn't see it. Didn't know where it was going. And this is going to be the nuisance part. We're close to the motherboard. We should still be able to thread these ones in, but the ones up by the RAM are going to be the real problem. That's it. That's one. What time is it? Oh yeah, taking off in a couple minutes. We have a couple minutes, put a couple fans in, and consider this done. Graphics card, driver. As I said, drivers will all be done off stream. It's senseless, dude. Everybody knows how to install drivers, and if you don't, I'm not going to add anything intelligent to the process of installing drivers that a million people haven't already done. Why is it skipping out? Go, go, go. And the last one is going to be a super nuisance right where our main 24-pin connector is and our RAM. We're going to drive in with and I don't even know if we're going to have enough room to make it, but we're sure going to try. So we're adapting precision screwdriver over to normal drill bit sized bits and then a little finger driver. And we will have to undo our 24 pin, that's fine. Can't forget though that we connected our USB 3, so there we go. It's out of the way, and we should have enough room to drive this. Question is if we can drive it in with this little thing or not. Yeah, you can't see there. Try and get a little stubbier on it. Give us more, yeah, more force. Yeah, there we go. A little bit, still tightening down the rest of the way. The fan has some slop where it wiggles around, so we have a couple more turns to make. Come on now. That's in. Fuck yeah. Alright, throw that back, grab a driver. Replug our 24 pin if possible. May not be possible. It's a weird angle right now. Nope, we got it. Alright, and it latched. Put this stupid thing back. Getting these precisely out of the way is going to be part of a task. As I said, we don't want them hitting a GPU, so it's going to be something. Side panel pops out, so they do have a little bit of leeway past this plane. All right, 2 fans. Throw 2 fans in the top. What else we got? Holy shit, those are cheap. What did I say? 2 fans, yeah, 2 fans in the top, 1 in the back, and good to go. A few connections, and I think graphics card, and we should be done. Can't imagine that a whole lot more needs done. So remember, we rotated this wire so the logo's up the right way. Is it this one? Yeah. Wait a fucking minute here. Yep. Should be bootable. Actually, as soon as we plug those 2 fans in, this thing is bootable. But I don't see any hurry because I want to have it on later doing drivers after the stream ends. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, to the top. These fucking things on there, man. Jumping. Oh, 2. Boom. Here it goes. Get this shit done. Also, I think it's worth mentioning that if we did put these up, the fans on the rads with the label facing the right way and the wires outside, we may have had a chance to do something just a little slightly different with it as far as being able to possibly daisy chain. But no worry, we'll get it. It just means we have to use a couple fan headers. We'll be in business. Get these 2 fans out. So it's what, 2 fans, slight bit of cable management, and graphics card. And done? Am I missing something else? Is there something I'm missing that nobody told me about? Obviously, drivers now. I'm talking about build done. Bang. Intake, exhaust. It's never going to put it all out. Oh, there it is. Boom. Okay, that works. All right, feed those up there, and that will go out. Try and hide all that. Let's get some screws ready. So just prepping everything, clipping them up. We're going to hold them both up in there and then try and put all these in all in one go. Did we leave that wire in? There's that one that needs to go out and the other one. Perfect. Actually, is that gonna work? Tell me that's gonna work, man. That's good, man. I'll get it. It ain't gonna go nowhere. You know what I mean? I don't need it yet. So that will power you. I can kind of see the charm to this daisy chaining thing, but I also see a massive nuisance to it as well. So in other words, we're going to easily be able to connect our top two fans to our back fan. And we'll flip it down and explain everything, show you what I'm talking about here in a sec. Let me put a couple wires in this, a couple screws in, and this one won't hurt it. Two. Got it. Oh man, this one don't want to go. He's not down. The sheer amount of trash that comes with a build too. If you've never done one, you'll be surprised when you go to clean up later on. The amount of crap that you got to throw away. But in this case, that's not my problem. That's Brian's problem. as you can see in the lower left. That's the owner of this computer, so it will be Brian's problem to throw the crap away. Alright, let's set that down for a moment, flip over to a different cam, and kind of show you the wiring and whatnot. So we have one of the ends to our back fan here. We have that end, and then we have this pigtail coming down from the top two. And all we really need to do is clip the two of those together, because one's male, one's female, and that completes our little daisy chain on those. And that wire should hopefully tuck itself up in there and be out of our way. I'm just worried about getting these to actually clip. And it just clicked. And away we go. Now the one cable that's running down, wherever it is right there, will come down, and I think what we're going to do, go there again, is the wire that's running these three fans, we're going to route around and connect to CPU optional and try and keep this bottom clean, because we have it right up here at the top. We can literally pull it in or route it right back in, pull it over and connect it, and just pull the slack out the back. That seems like a plan too. Let's do that. We'll take and send that right back in. Hit CPU optional. Done. Now we just have cable routing in the back to take care of, and that's done. And I think it's time for a graphics card. Let's take a moment. Also could slouch that main AIO cable up a little bit better, but oh no, we have one more to run. My mistake. We have these front two for the red. Those I'm actually going to put the CPU optional. So this one that we just pulled through, no go. We need it to go elsewhere right now. It'll run the top three. I want the pump on the CPU main fan, and then the other ones on the red on CPU optional. So let's hope our cable's going to reach. It should. I don't have any doubts, but you never know. Never know. Let's see. Will it go? It will. It does. In absolutely no good place. I'm going to route it up. Behind. This is the guy that's got to go to CPU optional. Bring him across in. I believe so. Yep. And last one is the 3, 1, 2, the 2 top, 1 back fan. Obviously nowhere else to go except to the bottom. So try and get this routed somewhere sane and send it in as close to a fan header as possible, which will be right there. We'll do the routing on it later. You still can't see it. We got AIO hoses in the way. Let's pop this guy back up. And so our top 2 and back fan going to plug in there and pull the cable out. At this point, everything is ran except the GPU and the power wire for it. So let's go ahead and get it out and get it plugged in. So we're literally going to have one 8-pin to deal with before we try and plug it in. Go ahead and remove the sleeve here. If you've never dealt with new GPU only used, almost all of them do come with these on. Not all, but most will come with a little sleeve on the PCI slot or connector. Yeah, we're going to need... stuff just gets in the way. I'm going to undo that. These stupid things on the little plugs for the ports, display port and whatnot. So we're going to have to take one more of these out. I'm going to be super careful doing it because the very top was out. We took the next one down out. We're actually going to need this one out, and then we'll put a one in the top to replace the one that was out from the factory. Careful we don't scratch our motherboard again. That's gone. Let's see what we got. I don't know if we have anything that resembles those. And vertical slanted lines. No vertical slanted lines, but that one don't want to cooperate. We'll try a different one. I have quite a few more black ones that we can try as well. Let's see if this one, that's going to be a much better fit, but it doesn't reach down far enough. So, go for one that has a little locking tab. That will lock, when you put it on, that will lock outside the case. And should, yeah, not the right size. I don't think this case came with any of those, did it? Not that I see, only the ones we popped out. So we're going to have to find one that will work with it. You'd think they're all standard size, but no. That one we could screw in place. It'll work. We just have to bend that part out a little. But I don't think that's necessarily an answer. I would like a much better fit than forcing something into place. I'm guessing that any other day this would fit. No, still too tall. Well, let's see what else we got. Keep looking. Nothing there. What else? Anything? No. All short? All short. I think they're white, which is going to be a huge clash with it, but it should fit. I got to go grab it. It's out in the case out front. So we're going to grab one of these out of my case out front to fill that open slot there. Let's go grab one of these. Oh boy, those almost look the same. Or no, they don't. Probably won't fit, but let's find out. Just for curiosity's sake. Perhaps this is the right size, the size that we've been looking for. No, still not it. Let's grab a... That's what you end up with sometimes, too. You can't help it. It's got same style slanted holes as the factory ones, but they are, and it's the one that's going to fit. Of course it is. Oh, of course it is. All right, graphics card time. Let's put it back in.
Don't forget to screw your coil in there. Oh my God.
All right, the back latch came up. These are hitting on the mark. Let's throw a couple case screws in and call it. What does this do? Anything other than just cover screw holes? Yeah, cover screw holes. Okay. We'll grab 2 case screws if we have them. I gotta go with the other driver. This one just has that knurled handle that wants to rub against everything. All right. And GPU's in. Let's see what we can do about snapping this back in place, hopefully. Is it hitting right above? This literally has to be it. Screw holes lined up, it's going on. Just the end. It's this one. Right there. You gotta modify. It's clipping into, it looks like it might be clipping into part of the GPU. I don't know. You gotta take a little look. Looks like it is 100% hitting GPU going in. It's hitting the back plate for it. So it was spaced appropriately for something without a back plate. But we just have to knock the end of it down a little. It'll still latch and do what it does, but we want it to go in and latch, but we can't if it can't go deep enough. So just taking how far that sticks out and cleaning it off just a little bit, ever so slightly. I want to keep the dust because of other possible metal shavings on my file. Keep it out. See if that gave enough room for it to latch. And it did. Latches in place perfect now. A little bit of cleanup, that's all it needed. Alright, there's that. And we won't need the SATA cable, so I can take it out. We put that in thinking we'd need it to power something with the AIO, but I guess that's just if you're using RGB on your AIO, like a RGB controller, some type of some type of lighting is when it would use that. So all we need is our PC power, or yeah, PCIe power, and we can get rid of that SATA cable. Let's wipe those two out now. Tilt that up and get rid of SATA, wherever it may be. It's kind of good to have it in there in case my friend would get any accessories, but then again, like, really, do we really need it? I'm going to try and clear our way to it. We'll unplug both the CPU connectors. Takes us right to SATA. SATA's out. The cleanup for this is going to be insane later. Now we need our PCI Express power cable. Let's pull it out and start getting it routed. We can actually plug our two PC connections back in. So we'll get one, then two. Cable tie. Cable tie, cable tie. I think we used the ones out. Big question is, do we want it to go over the GPU or drop from it? I say we're going to do the drop from it tactic. Since it's a straight through cable, let's pull our slack out, spin it around. All the way there. I think we'll actually, it's not going to be a straight shot either way we go. If we come up under the USB header, it's going to be near impossible to get our connector through, but we could probably do it. We'll come from by our front panel connectors. That should be doable. Just if we can get it through there or not, that's the bigger question. technically speaking, this should be the last cable that we have to connect. I'm not saying we're not going to have to disconnect some and then reconnect anymore, but that should be the end of that. This will get hidden, and that will get pulled off. There's no way to do that. Alright, slight bit of different routing for our two front fans cable. It's going to come right out by the GPU right across there, and then link back up to where it was. Alright, we hit it. We're good. Pull the slack back out. Manage these couple cables into place and boot this thing. Let it do drivers and go home. So we will. Two. Alright, favorite part right here, undoing zip ties. They're what? Dime a dozen. Super cheap, but I just can't cut them, man, when you can easily undo them. I'm gonna finagle another wire or two through there. So we're gonna unlatch it, hopefully, and pull the wire out. Or yeah, pull the tail out. There we go. see what else we can get in there. Is it that will go in? And then that other one. That will get bundled down there. Same as that. Is that oh, okay, yeah. That is that. Fair enough. Make sure the slack's off of it. I think it is. All right, I think. Oh, bud. Oh. Go in, make sure we don't cut some wires. It would not be good at this point. Trim everything off. Finally latch this one down. That's the one we left really loose to be able to bundle some other stuff with it if we needed to. We didn't need to. Another thing you can do to save yourself from getting all cut up and scratched fingers, rotate your zip ties so the cut edge is away from you. It'll save you all kinds of grief and cutting your fingers, or you'll cut them when you reach in after anything. I think that's that. Go ahead and throw a couple screws in that back just to keep everything locked in place there. Are you not the screw for that spot? That's fine. Well, take two, see if we can get a screw to thread in either one of these. I don't think it would be a fine threaded screw. That's exactly what that one is. Try and take 2. Oh, wrong one. Take 3. See if this will actually thread in now. Looks like there's a burr or something in the hole. Try and give it some force. Get it started. There it goes. And that chewed the side off, or we're forcing a bigger thread through it. One of the two things is happening. So something happened to the hole. It won't take threading. There you go now. It won't take threading from, how do I want to say it? It won't take the fine thread. So what we are going to do, if possible, is thread it through with a coarse threaded case screw. And as long as there's no wires directly on this other side to hit it, we'll be able to tap it out with this tap that I have that taps out for case screws, and it cut right through. So we'll take and de-thread the bottom one too. Did it? Or did it skip backwards? It skipped backwards at us. All right. Yep, no choice. Oh, what size is that going to be? Guarantee it's a size I don't have. All right. What we can do, let me see if I got a tap for this. Or a handle. I know my 1-pin vise, I think, is too big. Well, that holds it. That's not going to be very graceful, but it'll definitely thread that for us without much effort either, as long as it don't hit the case. That is definitely threaded to a case screw now. So there's no question about it. So we're going to pull that bottom fine thread screw and cut it out and make them both case screws. I like the case screw heads better anyways. They seem like they'll fit better. So do that. Let's grab a case screw. Test it out. Should very nice. Threads right in. Put a drive cage in, lock this in place. Let's pull this guy out. by all rights, we should thread all 4 of those, but there's only holes in the one side, so we'll go with it. I don't like all these bits of metal going in. They are going into the basement, which is one reason I'm open to it. We'll clean it out later. And we are threaded. Just in case he wants to flip the case or flip the drive cages, if he ever puts something in there, we'll go ahead and thread this side real quick on both of them. Pull this back out and redo that one. That way all 4, if cages get flipped, it's all, I don't want to say seamless, but it's symmetrical. Like it will match up on both sides. So let's cut this one quick. Oh boy, that's never good when you get chimes coming to your phone. Stupid shit. And right there. Last guy. Threaded. Should be good. Alright, that's out of the way. The drive cages, everything I think fits. Let's make this one more less of a nuisance with our last zip tie. Bundle that all together. All right. Also equates a possibility of 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's 5 of them. I don't know. I gotta look at the front. I don't think there's room to fit another fan, even if putting it outside. there is room to put a fan. It's going to be breakouts for something else. Yeah, nope. Not playing that stupid game. So I took those off and put them, all right there. Drop that shit. There's two. Those two, I know where they go. They're going for the graphics card. And at this point, we're basically done, except for drivers and software and getting my buddy's data, activating Windows, updates, setting a restore point. As I said, I'll do all that off stream. We're gonna wrap this up and end it. I gotta go to the store and go home. Set that there. Actually, I think we'll set it down. Don't want to break nothing. Don't want to break nothing after all that. Get off my hand. Look out of here. Where did they go? Did I set them down? I thought I brought them with me. So that's the back. Right here. And then those are the back. Damn, that is a long screw if that's where that goes. I'm just going to see if it fits. It very well may. Personally, I like the little screws better, but so here's what's going on here. Just changing up. Instead of a screw, put a thumb screw, and I want to see if it will fit with that little housing that protects it. It may fit, may not fit. That one holds it on. We need the other silver one. There it is. They just seem really long for what they are. They're sticking way out in the way, but if it fits, it fits. We'll use it. Fits. Dress in there. There you go. All right, let's post test, see if it works again. Never know, right? Ethernet and the fan dongle. This should be it. Power on. How is the power button on this thing? Up top? Gotta be. Alright. We got 5 fans spinning. And let's find out if it is. There goes post. Not bad for only 2 things of RGB. Not bad at all. All running. I think this would do better to A little more slack. And we're back in Windows. Not bad. I don't know where any of my stuff is right now. I'm trying to think where would it. I think it's on my tower. Fuck. Does this work? Again, no way USB-C is working, but we'll try it. We'll try anything on the spot. Finally clean up and get out. Oh, get out of here. Clean up another day. Where is it? Let's see if my drive plugged. I doubt it plugged in, but yeah, no, it did. That's cool. USB-C natively recognized. What do I want? Stress test. I don't think is it in there. No. I wonder if they have it in here. Third-party tools. No, they don't. If not, nothing's stopping us from going and getting it. Come on, start without the damn data. We don't need this stuff right now. Fucking A. Is that not where we were? Do we gotta scroll down further? Am I being lazy? There we go. I thought I was being lazy. You better not install on a fresh install if I hit that button. Fuck. All right, and I think this will be it, man. Just gonna take and open this quick. See what's what. Oh, it's the installer. Isn't there a portable version of this? I thought. Whatever. We'll install it on his computer anyhow. He'll never use it, but hey, maybe he wants to know about CPUs or his specifically. You never know. All right, not bad. I wonder, does this have a temp in it? I can't remember. It's been so long since I've looked at it. No, it does not. It does not. Get out of here. Fuck that. Close all that. Or does it? Am I just that tired and passing up the temp? Yeah. Regardless, it's working. Temp-wise, does it show temp in... What is that? What is that going to be? Control-Shift-Escape. Task Manager and Performance. Does the CPU have a temp? I don't believe it does. But it's working. So what else can we get here? Who cares? Anyhow, we're going to wrap it up there. I am signing off. I gotta go home. It's 9:35 right now. It's time to go. I desperately need to go. I gotta stop at the store too before they close. So there's the build, Brian. Hope you like it if you watch this, bud. It's a long build, a long process going through and setting everything up. As far as I know, it's all working. We got to stress test it, get many drivers, do a lot of setup on it. But for now, I'm going to say that it's golden good to go. The only other possibility that I didn't show and didn't do, and I'm going to wait and see if my friend wants it, if he wants it, is the fact that we can have a fan door side. However, that fan being 120 millimeter, and we can just imagine with this 120 that came out of the case, that will sit there, and what you see right there is radiator hoses, so we'd have to flex them a little. Plus, we're already going to have to put something, I don't want them hitting anything, so we're going to have to find a way to manage them somehow, I don't think any other holes will line up. No, there's no way to offset to a different hole. No, possibly there. Guarantee the top won't hit though. Yeah. Regardless, yeah, that's it for now. Putting the side panel on this thing. Or actually, no, you know what? We'll keep it off for now. Looks good. Can't complain. Much to do software wise. Anyhow, have a good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you are. We will. I'll be back tomorrow with who knows what PS4. I have a PS4 and some other stuff here to go through. But yeah, we'll see you then. Give me that. It's a wrong fucking one. Yeah, thank you, man. I typed that too, but thank you so much for hanging around. I appreciate it. And yeah, peace out. I'm out of here. It's time to go.